everybody, and welcome to the Day on Summer Wednesday, the 11th of June. I've asked the event to open us up to
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia makinakina ki uta, kia taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atukura, e tiu, e uka, e hauhu, tihei mauriora.
We have so many members of the public here today. I think we will just go around the room and introduce ourselves so you know who we are and where we're from. Start maybe.
Everyone, my name is Catherine. I'm really glad that District Council, so like you know, the emails would be shared.
Good everyone, my name is Tyler Bamber. I am the Waipapa representative for the
Morena, I'm Amy, one of the community board members representing and whole and violence.
It's good morning. I'm Bruce Willis. I'm the representative for
Morning,
The board here today, and I think we Right, moving on. Apologies for this and Councillor Amy she's got another online meeting and she'll be joining us a bit later. Thank you, Tyler. Conflicts of interest. Tyler Bamber has informed me his conflict of interest in speaking to the funding application group of Ireland 2025, which is on page 150 of our agenda. Chair, I have to answer the application. So those are apologies on conflict of interest. Simply line. Administration, we give everybody due to the forum session. Everybody has got some dictations, got and the dictations. Any public speakers that are here to address this document? Yes. No, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our dictation. So first up, we actually have Kenny mentioned, who are going to be addressing us. They have 2 5-minute slots. One to tell us what they're doing, and another to the board must ask as to do a council. If they do display presentation, which I'm sure they will for the pre-reader, so that they can save time for any questions from the board. So, would you like to sit down so we can Wade Rouse and
John Ellis. He's just short.
We are recording live, so you are being
Thank you for saying this opportunity to make this presentation. We had already introduced elements to I'm the chairman of the commission. In this But sometimes secretary and this so it's my job.
Hi guys. And how we've done it today is she's got two sessions. Going to give you a bit of background about generally, and then about the curriculum and what we do, why we exist, where we reach. She's worn out of garage sitting in Australia. A couple of guys noticed it made pretty down, and they decided to go around and build stuff up. And from there, the Australian Engineering Association, I think there's about 100 now over in Aussie, and largely funded by central government. Why that's right. In New Zealand, they built about 12 to 15 years ago, and they are now 10 years here in New Zealand. So they're growing steadily. We've just celebrated our 10th anniversary, and we currently have about 90 members. And of those 90 members, we have between 10 and 20 turn up here every morning and do stuff. Okay. We did occupy an island, sort of shared it on state-owned for about 4 years, but one of our members finally built us out issue and gave us a 12-year lease on that property. But we are really concerned about our future in terms of where we go after that 12 years. We do all sorts of stuff. We build people who walk through chairs, we have great cases, casks, the works. And a lot of people think that the shed is curriculum focused, and our committee has deliberately taken the view that we are a mid-type organisation, and we reach right across the mid-north. And we do projects from Russell right through Motorcoa, up north as far as we've just done one project up in on the Nui. And so we come to that area, and our members come to that area as well. Guys from Kai, Russell, all over the place. So we're not based and we really deliver that because we feel like we're a middle organisation, and we want to hang on to that very strong. A lot of people think mentions are around the projects we do. And that really is secondary to purpose of sheds. Sheds are very strongly built on managing anxiety, pressure, and tired men. It's one of the largest suicide rates in our community. When a guy retires, there's this state that's got no friends, sits at home watching TV, drinking, there's domestic issues and that. The sheds are for that person. And they come along, they meet people, they fellowship. And friendship, there's no alcohol on the shed, smoking, there's no religious aspect, she's just a bunch of guys get together. And the most important part of our 3 hours every morning is our morning tea. We close all the machines down, the guys go into the tea room, they sit down and up to 25 guys have a coffee and they talk. And we believe that there's a very, very strong impact on their well-being, their mental health, their ability to communicate with people, go out after dinner, someone's place, we just like that. And so it's built around that. And our committee is very strong on now. The second thing we've done is try to bring positively into the community hospital. And as a result, between 10 and 20 community projects at little more, no cost. Because we've got Murray from IGN that's come on, he donates to us, and we've built schools, we've built Whangaroa for the club down here, done stuff for the Archery Pub, some water years, the Olympics team, but a couple of grand that. Done stuff over Kai, right through the mid-north where we can, the rugby school. And so we do that sort of stuff. And we do it for a number of reasons, but the main reason it actually really costs for our guys to feel like they're contributing to the community because many of them in life have never had the opportunity to do so. So that's what we're essentially about. The other two guys will be hoping to achieve today, but I just sort of like them there and get the answers any questions here.
Say to the end, I hope there's been some time.
Yeah, okay, that'd be cool. Thanks, thank you.
Next up, that was John.
Kevin Mahoney.
Kevin Mahoney. Loving to see earlier. Love to teach. Yeah.
And once big, school teacher. Thank you very much. Now, reason being here is quite we do range top of the 3. And that's very well. I'm going to go more and more to anticipate and get to. So it's going to be a big cut. We're going to go to some property land, so we will be achieving. Our current issue is built action, at least runs at 2023, so we're going to do around the plan, and we can move sheet. Our current citizens for members of the church and the remainder of our lives it's 12 children and so we've got an idea of what we might like to go pretty much right. We do it all. This is an amazing way to do it. It's possibility of more community involved. So
I've got something to make a contribution. I've got something controversial to say. Would you? I worked in mental health with kids, and I had female young females who were really interested in that. And then, I mean, I think so it's kind of means nothing. So I was thinking the first in the nation to have a
the female members, our position was starting to include guys with comfort of the place. And respect for women sometimes language which makes my before previous John being chair, I was chair, and during that period was discussion about how having a women's group, to actually meet the The biggest problem was to ensure that we had a male member or members that were happy to go along there and look after women's safety. We can't just say there is safety is critical. Everything we do, and guys look over each other's shoulder. Somebody's doing something safe and stop.
So would you have comfortable the women had people with those skills in that group?
To start it off, we have to have volunteers to go there. As established itself, it would be wonderful if it was one who demonstrated that they had the competence to take it. The boys will go off, have their afternoons, yes.
And the wives will go in, boys will go home.
Well, our best recruit is wives. Go too far.
This is something that we should chat about. I think finish your presentation. It's really interesting out which the suggestions because you have things to move and expand in the future and perhaps a generation or completely, And so finish, what your aspirations are and you like. What it is you were doing when you were least 65
What we would dream to do would be some of us of land, we move over and establish a sheet. Okay, so it's a box. That's one way. We seek to follow our own possibilities. So our position should be hopefully on the council. That probably is really different because of the nature we generate not only quality sources, fundraisers, usual. That's used to existence. No, what? Woman.
Can I just say there, John, if you don't mind there, one of the things there you may be wondering is that we've got a perfectly good shed with this until 33. Why are you concerned for what's going to happen? That lease expires. What we have is a lease at about 50% of the initial rate. The member and his wife who own it are even older than I am. So, one thoughts, and they don't want to commit and make decisions from the grave that's going to affect their family and their inheritance. And if the new landlords, people with in control of the company, should we say, decide that they want to go full commercial, we're scared of that. And the other thing is that if we can actually have a shed of our own, where we have to actually pay a lease, then we've got such more time to do so much more for others.
So the idea is that you want us to see whether we could do a ground lease on some, and you're looking at part
So you identify to Rural Waitunga potential stage 2 with future site.
Yeah, we understand that development's probably going to be developing within the time frame we are looking for. Not planning to and move out in years' time. We've got to move on this. And we just hope that they can get some position around, so to speak, that it's much this bit over here is potentially for the mention.
To add, we could actually go some rocks. This doesn't seem to be
Yes, you should do. Tyler.
A couple of questions. So you identified 600 square for the tin boxes. But how much land do you think you need?
Currently, we're on about 500 square meters, and that includes wood storage areas.
5,000?
Wood storage.
Yeah, it's 5,000. But we don't use all that.
Yeah.
The owners put cap on the rest of the land.
We've already got a container there from Rotary, and there has been some talk amongst us that this sicko room that we have but it is already actually used for other groups, and that could be expanded.
Yeah, one of the visions I suggested to the guys was, look, when we build our shed, if we could be cooperative with another organisation that wanted to extend it that way, and they could come in and use a bathroom and kitchen area, and use that for their tea breaks, and working with them. So it's the double investment.
And that would lead on my next question. What's your usage rate like in terms of times and days that you're at the shed currently? So with it, and that, I think great usage provides greater security. Yeah.
At the moment, we run 9 to 12 Monday to Friday. Wednesday afternoon, we're open until 3 or 4.
So on a Wednesday, I go in at about 11 o'clock because we work on Monday and Wednesday. Monday, the shed shut at midday, reopen at 1. And that wasn't very successful. My having gone in and kept it open, it enabled people that were working on projects who wanted to do another hour or so to continue on doing it. Some must go in and have smoker. And it takes a while to build up, but I'm typically having about 7 in the afternoons now, to basically home jobs.
We've got a craft group coming on Thursday afternoons, and we've had other groups. We have a meat group coming in one evening. That's what we're sort of obviously as a possibility actually we talk about adding to the lunchroom area, adding out other evening. We see such putting possibly some place in which you can approve another
Not so much a question, Madam Chairman, just I guess, qualification. It might be hard pressed to see what they use their facility up to here. My God,
Are you shitty?
I'm not.
Are you shitty, sir?
No, I'm not. I'm not. My wife suggests that I should be. I'm a little anti the shed at the moment. I have an outdoor chandelier that's cast iron, and I've lived 13 years on the hope that eventually end up in a scrap pile. Unfortunately, my wife found gems, and I now have totally refurbished cast iron.
No apologies.
We did manage to spin it out, so she did come to rescue at one stage when
I just, Madam Chair, for the record, would like to say that this is an activity, and I say this despite the fact that I'm an old white guy, is that it is worthwhile, it is needed in the community, and these gentlemen do an incredible job. And I will, this is my last term on community board, so I will be knocking to do a short.
I'd really like to add, you can have us forever, but it's at no cost.
Yeah.
We're not asked the council to money.
Never, don't say that out.
no, at the moment, let's not get too carried on.
We're running out of time, so we need to start wrapping it up.
Earlier you were open to inviting members down to have morning tea.
Yeah.
Could we also invite the councillors and other elected members to that morning tea and relevant staff, just so that they can
Phone number piece of paper wrote with my name on it, give me a ring. I'm supervising Wednesday, so I'll make sure we've got chocolate biscuit.
To a certain extent, there's only somebody passing by and we're open. Just come in. Hey, just come to have a look at the shed. You don't even have to tell us that you're on a buying mission.
Probably self-inside she's come individually.
We've had groups. We have some of the retirement villages, they're looking for something to entertain their people with, and they'll bring the bus down. The last one town only had about 3 people in the bus, but we can handle it. But on larger groups, we need to know. So we've got people to actually do the supervision, the explanation.
So, Kevin, I'm going to wrap it up.
Thank you.
One thing before this. I don't really have a question. I just want to acknowledge you for the work that you've done all to your clubrooms. And also for the total market community. A lot of people don't have that. The main shed, actually, we're the ones who built our staff shelter where our children stayed in the rain for a better part of 8 years. And so I just wanted to acknowledge for all the work that you do, not just in our subdivision, but all over the place. Thank you.
So, moving forward from here, note your desire to be a part of the wider community group at Typical Waitara. And that in our run of bush lists and our strategic plans.
Thanks very much. That's all we can ask.
And I know that we are keen to make a invitation to council to request the same. And also we've got the team, particularly the Kinnikinnick spatial plan at the moment. Got Roger sitting behind you, heavily involved in it, and Roger does know the desire to want to. So I'm sure it will come into discussions at stage 2. What did you give me?
Yeah, true. If you iPhone was there with the documents for consideration. It's one. The land of Whangaroa.
It's one of my tickets. The changing that on the table. Yes, no, we appreciate it.
Not.
I'd like to say I'm happy to move.
Yes.
Lovely. Well, thank you.
Thank you for giving us time and all the better successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the information provided. It's very important. So moving on now, thanks. We have Randy here. Just do very well in presentation. Yeah, meanwhile, are you keen to wait for the funding entrance so that we can, do you want to stay behind for the discussion on the Kororaraka? Or would you rather do your technification now and leave? Because it could be a little bit of a wait.
If we have time, it would be good because the chair is going to move to the paper after your deputation.
So I'm sorry, just to make my goal short and compact.
Yes, well, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, go through
the speaker so I can leave and then we can deal with reputation and go straight on to gender issue. So what, an hour? I mean, you probably only have an hour. I'm going to stay and have coffee. Yeah, I'll go and do some responsive errands and confess. I don't have to bring the best stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll move straight into our speakers for our funding applications. And first up, we have Dania Hamlin to speak on Hospice Mid-North on page 101 of the agenda. Welcome. Come forward and stand or sit there, though you're comfortable with. I'd like to introduce the word for the next one. Just have them support and here on a cup here. 5 minutes to present us. You might like to leave some time for questions or that. So, no problem. So, Hospice Mid-Northland, as known, goes from and as far south as Whangaroa to Torquay Bay. So, it's a very big region that private care nurses and family supporting travel. There is a certain level of funding. At the moment, we get 37% funding government. When I started, it was 5. It's just extremely so. It is getting leaner. And my application to you is to help us with some costs for the Ballaborium event. The Ballaborium event, we have to find 63% of our funding from retail and fundraising. Ballaborium is our largest event that we run. We have small events, communities. The community is absolutely amazing. It'd be nice if it wasn't necessary, unless if the government were able to fund us, but we do want to give services free of charge. I just want to touch on our services. So we support people dying in the community. At the moment, we've got 103 people on our books, but we've also got 102 people that we support in bereavement phase up to a year. Is that 102 people? Families. So hospice's reach within the community is actually quite large. We do support them, our people dying up to death, but we actually for a further 12 months and a lot of people don't know that. So hence the expense of what we do. It is hoped that this Ballaborium will bring in $100,000 a profit for us. That is, the venue is one of the largest. The largest cost is to us is the food. But if the venue, by any chance, being covered, that goes straight into funding our services. We reduce the cost of the event. That helps in AI basically, fund our service. Mm-hmm.
No, not you, Chuck. I think I'm just feeling really proud of the fact that 90% of the population that we get for, in an average year, about 376 patients, in 90% of those die in the place that they choose and they wish to die, which I think is a huge accomplishment and service to support people again their wishes in spite of the government. There's huge opportunity to grow family support services, patient and finance support services. Even at the moment, what any special services looking at children, and we know that children are hugely impacted as well, and throughout the development years as we heard about growing a compassionate community that can help with supporting people. But I think somebody in I was driving seat to help with driving this community forward.
Yes, so at the moment, our funding that we've received from the government only covers our new salaries. So vehicles, no laptops, no fuel, no syringe drivers, the equipment, medical equipment, we supply the equipment, we supply the beds, we supply counselling, we supply psychological support. We've got this huge team of 300 volunteers, just thinking about similarities we've been shared. Our volunteers, our purpose, they come and they contribute to pay salaries for those people as well. Right. So what I'm concerned about the children, we haven't even been able to give them tailor-made treatment. We do our best, but we could do so much more. And that's why we just need to do these events all the time. We kind of community all the time. Just because there is this thing that with funding, our numbers are increasing. When I started, we had 85 average, now it's over 100 per week, or at any one time. So it's the pressure is becoming more and more, significant on us to fund the services that we provide. This is one way that the community can help, and it's really nice that the money, if you were able to see to this, and then that money goes to another community project, which is the Turner Centre. So it's the money goes around, which is
fine. So I think probably everybody around the table sort of knows the good work you've done and touched by what you've done. So thank you. My question is you have a recycling shop as well? So you have a retail outlet that
Yeah,
helps to
so
fundraise as well?
our retail, yes.
Okay, so we've got the retail. So I'm just, because your applications include a budget, so all you had a list of costs. So in terms of revenue coming in, I did a back of a, not a back of a calculator. So you will get probably about 100K's worth of
$100,000 is what we're hoping to get.
income.
There is the unknown is selling tickets in a
For them, in the future.
so if we can sell out, we will make $100,000.
Probably got better brand recognition than most charities.
So our shops are wonderful. We have 4 shops and a shed. We process all the goods. That is amazing. It brings in $1 million, and that with the government funding still a shortfall of 700,000.
These are these fundraising initiatives.
Which is the fundraising initiatives, grants, just anyhow that we can get. So, thank you.
If I'm reading it correctly, you can go up to 8 participation limits.
400 per night. So Friday night, Saturday night, 400 tickets per night. I'm guessing there'll be about 50 helpers on for both days. We need judges and people serving the bar and hair and makeup and that sort of thing. But yes, it'll be 400 tickets. Tyler.
Great, I was a dancer once.
Our practice.
Well, this event, 4 years ago, it was great. Do you guys get like sponsors and other forms of income that help pay for the event?
Absolutely. Well, we get ticket sales, we call other paid sponsors.
Yes.
We're hoping getting wine donated. We get more donation in kind than money. So we get some wine donated.
Do the dance get sponsored? I think that.
Yes, so that's sponsored from the tickets, say, the table say. So there's $500 that goes towards them getting their shows and things. Yeah. But most of the sponsorships in kind. So scaffolding this year we need scaffolding and some of these providing it free. We've got card coming, that's for free. You know what I mean? So, like I say, I can't emphasize enough how awesome the community is. Yeah. And if we were, this is one of the major costs, catering. So if we were able to get that would just we can make Thank you. Time. Thank you so much for this. Right, and we will make our decision a bit later in the meeting. You're welcome to stay into the other presenters, but we will be going to public exclusion for our decision making. It's our final meeting for the council financial year. So we will be having a big call so we can have free discussion around dispersing what's in the funds. So we're free to get on with the day. We're welcome to stay into the thank you. Thanks everybody for your time. We don't have a link here, so I'll move on to Teresa Mossa. Right, Teresa, I'm here to speak to Kitty Kitty Theatre Company on page 70 of their agenda.
And my name is John Ozaka. I'm here with Teresa as well. Thank you, everyone. I'm the president of Kitty Theatre Company. Teresa's going to do most of the speaking today as she's the producer of the play. But I wanted to come along in place of Miriam Collins, our director, who was meant to be here, but unfortunately got off to school and couldn't be here today. Miriam's a talented director. She's our youth theater teacher. She directed Beauty and the Beast here, which many of you perhaps saw or heard about. I think people are still talking about it, Seth. But again, before handing it off to Teresa, I wanted to speak a little bit about what we're trying to do and how your help can make it possible. So we are here we're attempting to stage Disney's Little Mermaid Junior. So this is, everyone knows, I think, Little Mermaid. This is a youth theater production. Our youth theater productions are really still for us. They involve this one in particular, I think it's 55 children, that's ages 9 to 18. About 2 of them are on stage. The others are helping behind stage, so everyone's learning an array of skills. Again, behind the scenes, others on the stage. I think we see experiences like to be incredibly transformative. Kids lose confidence, self-esteem. We see, while it's anecdotal, we see really impressive stats among our kids. I think it's 2 out of 3 best boys at the high school were Kitty Theater Company students. Head boys, what did I say? That's a film, it's a film credit. And other impressive stats and improvements in their schooling stats. And a play like this is pretty expensive to put on. Staging it here in the John Auditorium. And I think a play like this doesn't have necessarily the obvious commercial reach because it is a youth theater production as some of our other productions, but they are exceptionally important for our community because they not only inspire those that are on stage, but I think those that are in the audience, they're a huge percentage of our audience is youth. They see their peers on the stage and it has an inspiring, transformative effect on them as well. So to that end, we are requesting a little assistance with funds for lighting, for marketing and signage. And to that, I think I'll pass it over to Teresa. She's the play's producer, she's a fellow committee member, and she's been the producer of the majority of our plays over the last 5 years at King Theatre.
I'm also the secretary to the our committees board. The last section I produced was as co-producer with John. We did Little Shop of Horrors together. We so got a little bit of stage time because you've got to have a little bit of that sometimes. But this time we had obviously a very youth-focused approach with Little Mermaid Junior. The great thing about this particular show is it's a little bit shorter than a full-length musical, so it only runs for an hour. The harmony, it's a 3-part harmony rather than, I think it's like 5 as traditional Broadway harmony, and so it's a little bit easier for the kids to learn. The script's a little bit shorter, which means that we can have a lot more working time with characterization and working on the kids' vocal and choreography, and they don't have to spend too much time memorizing lines and learning different vocal parts. So it's a really approachable action for the kids themselves, for the students themselves, and also for the audience. I can only imagine there are plenty of 3 to 5-year-olds who are really keen to come and watch Little Mermaid. I'm a 35-year-old and I'm really excited to see the Little Mermaid. So I expect a pretty broad audience. I think will appeal obviously to the families involved in our theatre community, but I think it's got a much broader scope than that as well. Reaching all the far north. So I wanted to say briefly, in John's session, we've got Miriam Collins, our director. We're using Sherry Philpott for our choreography. We have Tanya Priest-Cook, who's our vocal teacher, and she's also our musical director. She's a really experienced woman. Who else? We've got Kashama, Jen, John's wife. She's helping us with set design and makeup here, and is very experienced in those areas as well, and obviously had a big, massive contribution to Shop Horrors. So we have massive ambition for the way the show is presented on a teeny tiny shoestring budget. And what else went as far as Malago? So we've got some really cool people in our cast. Malago is a Whangaroa High way. He's currently living in Kiriki. He's about to head off to New York. The Broadway scene, he got granted a $150,000 sponsorship. He was one of 10 people in the world who received that sponsorship. He was our King Triton and is just a strength powerhouse. He's the first only Māori to have received the scholarship, so we're really excited to be able to honour him before he leaves the country. Represents us on the world stage. We also have the current Kitty High's head boy is our Prince Eric. He's an incredible kid, and we're inspiring all sorts of community members with performance and of Prince Eric. We have Jack Laird, who's also prefect at Kitty Home. So we have some really
Reminding.
Just stellar performances from these kids. We're very excited about our young Ariel, and her voice is just amazing, outstanding. In terms of the budget, I'll speak to that really quickly. So our total budget is sitting around $48,000. Outside of the $6,500 that I'm asking for the community board to support with, I've sought $22,000. Unfortunately, have only been able to secure 15.5 of that, so we're already wiped off our contingency. So anything that the community board can contribute help to make this show as beautiful and epic and give us the opportunity to reach as far in the community as we can. The more we can throw our net, the more people get involved and excited about what we do and the benefits that theatre has to kids. I hope well known. I'm a little biased, but I think it's amazing what theatre can do for our youth.
Thanks, Teresa. You've got a smiling. Good on you, Rich. I think to make it together. Do we have any quick questions on the table? Because
Ticket sale based on what percentage?
So I based them off last youth production, which was performed in the Plaza. It was fantastic stuff. 4 years ago, we sold 100 tickets. So I've just gone off that. The total capacity, I think it was 74% of capacity.
thank you. Jane?
Therese Pofu, and a boring question. I know it's a love doing these initiatives and projects and stuff. And last year, I saw you you still made a loss. You made a bigger loss the year before we have last year's results. As did you? Did you cover your costs? You break even?
We made a little bit last year.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, we did. We did our financial report, I think, a week ago. So I think we had a profit of $20,000.
That's great.
Which is fantastic because we
need some gas in it.
We need some gas in the tank desperately, and we've got some upgrades that we want to do in our little stay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both for joining us. Like I said earlier, we'll have to switch a little bit later in the management. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
All the best. Right. Next up, Margaret Weekly. Margaret, you were speaking to us on Kohol Memorial Charitable Trust on page 173.
See you. Tēnā koutou everyone. Yes, my name is Margaret Weekly, and this is my colleague Mary Weekly. So we are from the Kohol Devasa Park Charitable Trust. Just a little bit about us. We were formed in 2010 to promote and inform people about Qantas's life as a member of the Kohol community. And since then, the Te Honanga building that houses the information has been built. It's still stayed on at Humanity Complex. It's actually the whole area is owned by Farmer Holdings. So it's a bit of a convoluted arrangement here, but our trust is what manages the complex of Te Honanga, the building, the Aotea, which is that area in the middle of town that we're coming to see about, and the park behind. The toilets, the bus toilets are part of that complex as well, but they are rented and maintained by the council. So if you've got further questions about that, feel free to ask, but I'll just talk more about our project. It's the Aotea in the middle of Kohol. It was originally designed and planned to a central space for the community and for visitors. And we do have lots of visitors that come through. We have people that live further north that have travelled through and stopped to get a kai and sit down there to eat it. We have people on the Twin Coast cycle trail. We've got wrecks there, so that's really common for them to stop there, visit the centre. We have
the people at back with freedom campus. There's a meeting spot, and the community, it's an ideal place, and it's used a lot for events and promotions and performances and markets. Yeah, they're very well used. The seats down either side of it that are sort of, and then recently the Violence Village built and donated a couple of big tables. So it's really inviting sort of town square sort of area, and I'm sure you've all seen it as you go through town. But in the summer, it's not usable because it's so hot. You can see, I think you have a picture of the area, you can see how the sun be down there and be really daunting. And in fact, what happened this last summer was that the Kamahaka group, Kaurua School, was doing a performance there, and it was just too hot, and they had to stop. It wasn't safe for somebody there. So our proposal is to install shade sails. We've had plans, we've had 2 quotes, one for just over 40,000 and one for about 56 or so thousand. It has to be strong. They can't be attached to the buildings on the side, unfortunately. We might pull our toilets over, and the building on the outside is not strong enough to take any books either. So if the really strong shade sail, yes, I know you probably will very familiar with the requirement of shade sail, so it's quite costly. But it would definitely be amazing heat building space. And the opportunity to have more things there, especially in summer, make it a little vibrant classroom space. We volunteer at the Innovation Centre in Whangaroa, and we look out onto that space. And Miriam was telling me that a couple of weekends ago, when you looked out, it was just full of a school that was visiting 4 different people. Really earning themselves in that space, but unfortunately at the moment they can't do that in the summer. So really appreciate your support for providing funding for some shows. Thanks.
Thank you. Does Barnell Home still stop the bus there for crucials?
Yeah, yes, they park around the back. There's special parking places there.
And the shades of who would be eligible to raise the money? Thinking about the costs, ongoing costs of maintaining the sheds.
I think Catherine has found out a bit.
No, we're still doing the digging into that, make sure everything gets signed off properly. So that's why I recommend that this be left to July at the stage, because those teams have lost most of their stuff.
So we know that our existing playgrounds, and you will have seen when you drive through the playground shade sales projects we've done in Colorado, roads out forward. They are, quite a submission to design and heat, and so that they're abandoned groups, so that they're not abandoned. Yes, and they are taken down separately and cleaned, and so storage, things like that, and then you'll notice also if you look closely at the top of them, there's sort of shards in the design to prevent people climb up to vandalise and burn holes. There is quite, we're not new to shade sales. And I actually, over a few weeks ago, and it was raining and light drizzling when I arrived, and just running through the square, because it's painted, I was worried about slipping. So it actually, work in sun and showers. I'm not sure about drainage there. Maybe it's something when we look at another project budget that we need to look out for sure, right? Because it would be runoff from the south. I looked at the design and you sort of run off into the ground. I think that we just look at how that kept it. Great initiative, Margaret.
Chair, this is not dissimilar to the situation we faced at Oakwood, where we had a playground which was owned by finals for its community shapes. So I'd be interested to where Catherine lands, because firstly, the GST component, you registered for GST?
Yes.
So you wouldn't need the GST, so it actually was 35 grand. We had Shadelands do the end result, and they worked with Finals Holdings. So I'd be interested in Finals Holdings whether they want to own the assets and maybe they should be making a contribution.
Well, in my second question, and we do have a lot of support from them though, so.
Cheap.
Yeah. And regard to the report about maintenance, we take care of the maintenance. It's really, so we take care of the maintenance of building, but they pay us the maintenance costs, and in turn they charge us for our use of the building. So yeah.
So you use it.
So I would imagine that we would have oversight of the maintenance, make note of if they need to do that sort of thing.
It would still be worth talking to them about a contribution, even for one.
Chair, our question not to stall the project, but we are aware, want you to be aware that there's an ongoing the ownership issue, expenses, and we end up in a terrible position for shade sales, but every day the whole way. So
it's got to
Good, thanks. When you look at the area, you see one of the highly used areas that we have within Concord. And the thing is that a lot of pulling that happens in there. The one is that having the shades, the shade over that area would actually improve those ash requirement, because I've had a lot of complaints about that area getting slippery, because what happens is it's not flat. Little figures being concrete, so it leaves little grooves. Little grooves end up holding water, but what comes to is muck and slimy stuff. And so having shade sail over there would actually improve, I suppose, public safety. It's really I thought about this. And yes, there is a destination, a town. There's thousands of tourists entering the town, and it's always good to have space that's convenient for them and for their people. Because they have to walk all the way down the road to a park. It's something that's secret to me itself. As many acknowledge from all the work that was through
So we will, Catherine has recommended we get the slide. Obviously, there's a few things that we want answers to. I think it's pretty unanimous that that open space could be further utilised and that it would protect, but we need to look at the overall, so I think drain will be a bit, and like the wall, that it is slippery, it's painted. So there will be quite a bit of work going into that project that some may have done, but we'll have a look ourselves and identify what we would like answers to. At our next meeting, we'll bring that up then, what we can do next to make sure it's safe. And I feel it will be a collaborative effect, just the fact that it comes off the front of the so it a popular space. So leave it with us, and thank you so much for addressing us. We'll keep pushing Catherine to get lots of answers for us and looking at the project, and then come back to the board for consideration. But thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Enjoy the day. Catherine, Takatoms Sailing Trust. Now, Catherine, apologies, as I pointed out to you, your application for recognition was not on our agenda. So we do need the full application, and also it is noted in discussion options from the comments. So we are on page 29. And the request was actually for $4,000, and you were on page 72. That adverse recommendation was for 298. We need to amend that. That's been recommended. So apologies. But we will give you a recommendation on our application. So that's yours.
Thanks very much, Kia ora, thank you for having me here. It's been really great going to all these other projects, inspiring, nice. There are a lot of similarities in work we're all doing, and this, hats off to the community board for the support that you give to the community to make a difference. So I am the Chief Executive of Subtitles. I've been here a year. I came to see you last year, and it was like 2 minutes into the job. And so I've learned that you've been supporting us for a really long time, and it makes a real difference to us. And you've been supporting us for 2 years to come on our 7-day voyages through the youth season. And that's the tune of $2,000 training, and selected from the Bear Islands. We, as I've heard, the thinking-led funding, while we are social enterprise, we're able to generate a lot of things that we need ourselves. Still a lot of that portion that we see from grants, sponsorships, any place we can source funding to support our youth to get out on these safe voyages. And you play an important part in this. We have a direct, really deep and direct impact on those individuals that money is selected and targeted to. It's allocated to people who otherwise would not have the opportunity to come on a voyage because there's the cost associated, there's the value associated with that. And one of our goals is to be inclusive, to be equitable, and to remove financial obstacles so that those who most benefit from the experience, from coming out on the ship and having this transformational experience, get that opportunity without having much burden associated. I think there's also taking a step back, also a collective effort. Your contribution helps us get voyages out. And on each voyage, you have 12 young people aged between 14 and 18, and have funded places helps us get those voyages out such that we create this beautiful environment with those 12 people where they build new relationships, they grow their self-confidence, they support each other, they acquire a bunch of transferable skills around teamwork and better communication skills, and they come away different individuals. And so there is a collective benefit as well as there being a very specific targeted benefit. Last year, you granted us the $4,000, and it went towards students from one student from Bear Islands College and then a student from Whangaroa College. And I know that the lady from Bear Islands College, it was stepping stone for her. She actually ended up going to Taiwan, fundraising and getting to go to Taiwan, which her teachers, her whānau teachers say that she would never have done prior to having this opportunity to go out on the ship. She's in the house, the immersion house, and her I hear that her Pishti and Māori tanga has been improved. Her confidence in Kōrero Māori has improved, and so there are all sorts of benefits that come out of that allocation of the 2,000 to those young people. So I encourage you to continue supporting us. We really do value it, and I welcome any questions about the programme. We've gone into any detail. I think most of you know what we do, But I'm really happy to answer any questions around what voyages, how we, the selection criteria, the process, and of course the financial side as well.
Yeah. It's really great to hear the outcomes because I know I personally that one in particular that I'm interested with the opportunity anyway is to see, kids coming from more disadvantaged backgrounds having the opportunity to make a change in their lives. I know it's hard with the selection process, but it sounds like you're doing a really good job going around. So, questions? I love what you do, so keep doing it. Okay. Moving on, we have Anne Gates from Whangaroa Quality. Patients. That's on page 174. Joined body. They're included for our local hall on the sector for volunteers. We have applied for half of funding to get a new kitchen in our hall. We've raised the other half myself. It's around about 15,000 altogether. So our little local hall is used weekly by several groups, lots of groups. It's used for weddings, it's used for funerals. It's also the hall that school use because they don't have a building big enough for any events that they have for the primary school children. I have to say thank you first though, because from the community board we got funding to make the next playground from the old playground from Whangaroa, and it's now outside of our hall, and it is very well used. And an added bonus that we didn't see coming is that the people who have a hall are so grateful that the playground is there because the children are entertained. Brilliant. Yeah, to relax. And we have a sheet bill. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. It's an old hall, dating back to 2019, but it's the kitchen is very dated. It's been okay with more and more functions, weddings. We've got a limit of people that can get into the hall, but we just feel that given the spruced up, it's a typical village old kitchen. Not enough room for food creation. The other thing we've been having is market day, so people can use it to do cups of tea and cakes and things for their charities. So, yeah. Not major thing, but it's good in the hall. So, yes, go ahead.
I'll jump in here. So I guess my biggest question and concern is, do you think the inclusion of this bin increases the usage rate and then I guess the funds that you can raise as a whole to continue providing the service?
Absolutely, because that's the only thing you get is by hiring out.
Exactly.
But if it's for local community hall, it's on a different rate outside people coming in, business wanting to use it. We've had it used for nursing courses and things like that. So I think at a different rate to community.
It's nice we do. It's nice. Yeah, do lots of community things. Nice. Community boards for patients.
Really?
We used to make it our December one so we could go off the road to the old gun store and have a Christmas drink.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh. And I recall your kitchen, so I guess my question to you is, will the new kitchen provide additional facilities that your existing one can have?
working space. Other than obviously prevention covered areas in older data, will it enable additional research? I think if we get the new question opinion, people will hire visits in English. Right, that's my thing. Limited at the moment because it's a fresh preparation. It will lift the thing, and once people leave, they will think, oh, I could do this here, I could do that. That's what. And you hold water to do. Sorry, on the very low scale. Is there actually water? We use some water with the pump coming on all the time. But that's better. Okay. Yeah. Good update. Yeah. Congratulations to you actually coming up with our it's what our halls are doing too. Not really sure there's such a thing because the exterior of our halls came out in the end.
The interior is updated. Yeah, we've just upgraded Bustling Town as well.
And so the interior, and I'm just asking this out now, they're all on the whole committee. It's a great to do.
I am just still trying to get a definitive answer on that, including whether there are rules that might be able to use to this, because it does depend on every rule is different. And it depends on every. And again, same issue of getting the answer from someone that is definitive in writing. I will get an answer, and I will get an answer in writing.
We've upgraded, we bought newer plants in the Bustling Town.
Shame.
I think the work you do, the community deserves it, needs it. And I'd add that if you're going to maintain service every so often, you'll redo the bathrooms and you'll redo the kitchen. It'd be wonderful if we have a system that works hours away every week to do it, but that's us. So thank you.
Those community halls, our community halls work better than others, very institutionalised, and we're clearly one of them. So it's great that you can actually afford to put the money in and to make a profit, but we can just innovation. We will. Our last meeting, we can't see financial year, so maybe you don't give a decision straight away. We need more information from Karen. Maybe we need to take so we don't use it away from us, so we've got two decisions. Thank you very much. Marcus Powell and Nature Charitable Trust. Hot seat for the Tennis Centre application, page 113. Sending a thank you for Jerry Ford, who is excellent at the moment.
Some empathy for the people who have to get to this group.
Good on time. Roll-ons 2025.
So, thank you, Belinda. As mentioned, standing in for Jerry today, who's actually had surgery on a knee this week, so be here. And to talk about the Broadwell application, I think I've got to take you back the very first time this became a spark of an idea. Jerry and I were having a beer. We both love a craft beer, and we were having a bit of a chat about different event ideas that we could bring to Kirikiri. And I guess selfishly, because our combined enjoyment of craft beer, the idea of beer festival came up. But grew very quickly from just being a festival into a way that we can bring local food vendors, bring in local musicians, support the local breeze, and try and create an event that became somewhat an annual draw card for a town in the middle of winter. This will always be a winter event, and it will always be something that we've got a huge amount of our budget into advertising and marketing happens outside of Northland. I just did a check on the tickets this morning, and so far 25% of our sales have happened outside of North. So that's not even people travelling from Whangaroa, that's people travelling basically from Wellsford south that are coming up to this town. Please stay for a night, basically, spend money here, go to cafes, stay at a hotel, motel, hopefully, visit the site. If you've visited the Brew of Ireland website, you'll also see that we have some suggested itinerary ideas for people who are visiting town. They can go, check out Explore and fly here. They could check the Te Ahurea site down at the store down at the base of there. So just going back to that initial idea, Brew of Islands, there's a lot of towns that have an event that, it's an event week. It's a big thing for them. And Martinborough Fruit and Wine Festival, for example, is something that comes to mind. It draws people from all outside the region to come and celebrate that small town and provide an economic boost. That's the long-term plan for Brew of Islands. That's the vision that we had. And we are on the right track. However, we had a really tough year last year, which is a slight economic downturn, and we saw about a 15% reduction in tickets. This year, we're facing a very similar prospect, and we're sort of expecting another 15% drop. Sponsorship has been a lot harder to come by this year, and funding has also seen us decrease. We are of the opinion that we get through this year, we provide a great experience for the brewers and for those vendors who are a part of this journey, I suppose, and then hope to get through another year where we can thrive and grow through the event. We're all aware of the economic conditions of recent times, and that's the nature of it, right? Survive through 25 and hopefully thrive in the future. All of the money that we're requesting is going towards either a local producer, a local staff, or marketing that helps market us. We've been extremely fortunate as well as out of our marketing budget, we spent some money employing a publicist from Wellington, actually. She's helped us into things like the Kia Ora magazine in Air New Zealand. So every Air New Zealand flight that flies around New Zealand this June, we'll have a feature with Brew of Islands in it, talking about how great Kitty Kitty is and this little festival. We're in New Zealand House and Garden magazine. We're in a bunch of various other media outlets. And that's just some of the work that we've been trying to do because we see some important factor of this event as being drawing people to the town. I guess I'll say that's the main vibrancy, winter, fun event that the town can get behind. So with that, I'll open to questions, but I would also just like to say, look, we have we asked for a fair amount this year, and we will provide sponsor recognition as we would do any sponsor to the board, and we are hoping to come through with the recommendation because this year we really do need questions.
Be kind. I'm certainly doing a mental, there would have to come a point with an activity such as this that it breaks even.
We've managed to break even 2 years in a row, and we, I feel like even again this year hasn't really made money. But that's not unusual 3 years into an event like this. The man hours that go into, I spend about 450 hours as the eventer just working on this. And,
your love for beer.
Exactly, that's right. And hey, I will admit my fridge often gets filled up by the end of this festival with some of the combinations from the various brewers that come on. So that's always a treat.
I think that there is a point at which it should.
Absolutely.
I'm not rejecting it because I'm fully aware of economic problems in the last couple of years. But at some point out there in the future, I think that the aim would be to get it into
it's not.
Yes.
We did, but I'm not into his health, but to his distance. But I mean, the problems were going to go away last year. They have extended.
I think if we can get back to numbers that we had in our first year, I think it's very possible. Then it becomes really, but yeah, it's just something.
I just had a question around transport. Very public transport and on Kinnegans, so I don't great reliable.
So yeah, we have. So last 2 years we had sports teams had bands, and they did like a club-based transport plan. Kat Walton actually organised that for last year, so we're it's a little late in the piece. We're working through some situation there, but we certainly are trying to recruit some more sports teams to public transport because as we're aware, tax is pretty limited. Yeah. Same, no, it's getting more.
That's all our speakers can do. The people
Shit's Christmas.
on the table spoke to a bit, so there is our speaker session.
Within the picture.
No, they haven't, they're online, they haven't.
Yes, but I have emailed and texted him yet. So
Sorry?
I have texted and emailed, so I'm just waiting for a reply because he said he was here.
Stage. So,
If he does, I'll let you know.
so we have a quick board Aaron Park. And all apologies. Twice. I think we'll take up a break before we hear the deputation and we can read straight into the agenda item. So if we make it quick, we'll take 5 minutes and bring our couple back to the table. What's our live stream please?
Marcus, welcome. You're here to speak to us about your education with the Range Charitable Trust. Got 5 minutes, and you may like to leave a bit of time here if you want questions. But we're all so we'll hand it over to you.
Okay. Kia ora, and thank you for having us, and thank you for the opportunity to apply. We are a charitable organisation that works in Te Tai Tokoro from 3 locations, Manu Gardens in Whangaroa, Whakapara Marae, and also Tirahanga Road in Kawakawa. We work with rangatahi aged between 12 and 24, but predominantly around the 15-year-old sort of age group. And we also have groups of tamariki, age 9, that work with us. And what we do is connect young people with professionals that are industry experts in a few fields. So one is the field of riparian planting, permaculture and design, so creating food forests. The second mentors that we have are chefs, so taking things from the mara directly to the plate, and usually we cook outdoors or we will take them fishing. They need to learn how to do all these exercises for themselves. And the third mentor we have is they're builders. So we have opportunities to salvage materials from demolition sites, and we teach the young people how to use the tools and repurpose those materials, turn them into garden beds, seats, benches, that sort of thing. So very much hands-on learning and experience. This year we had a shortfall. We were expecting to get funded from Sky City, and with the changes that they made, I'm not too sure if you're aware of what happened there, but they have had to cut a substantial amount of funding, and they changed their strategy. So we didn't receive it this year, but we've been encouraged to apply next year. However, that has affected our organisation in terms of what we can support our mentors with, which is why we were advised about the Far North District Council, and we have approached this funding opportunity to cover some of those mentor costs. Are there any questions? Sure.
Scotty.
I'd like to see get area that you work in. Have sought an application for funding to council.
We have applied to Whangaroa District Council for I think, sorry, they're covering operational costs. We've applied to them for operational costs. And yes, that will also, I guess, benefit the Far North as well in terms of covering operation. Because they're so spread out, we can bounce a few things back and forth. And that's like accounting fees, online subscriptions, Google Drive, things like that.
Thanks, Marcus. Hi.
Okay.
Through the chair, Marcus, what you do looks really interesting, and it was a pleasure to read the mahi that your trust does. You possibly aren't aware that we have a very small ratepayers in the Far North compared to the Whangaroa District Council, and this community board really represents only a portion of that. So if we were to unable to fund you the full amount, what would be the impact for you? I see the operational costs for the mentors, but how would it sit with you if you only got half of what you asked for example?
We can make funding go away. So it would still enable us to get a lot of mahi done. We're kind of pushing ourselves to make up that shortfall at the moment. So it would tremendously help, and if it is half funded, and we will seek funding elsewhere. We have been given 15 grand from charity, and that's the first time we've received funding from them. So that's been a extremely helpful support this year.
And the supplementary question is, I see your long-term plan, you have a goal to put sustainability, and so that building project of recycling, that where you see that coming in? Can you talk
Yeah,
to?
absolutely. When I was in Tamaki, I ran a organization called Shendo, which is a purpose-built studio. So it was the same format in terms of I got industry professionals that were audio engineers, producers, those that could record audios, and I converted the charity into a social enterprise. So the studio that we've built now is generating 30% of its revenue through the production of audiobooks and podcasts. So I think that charities can be a bit more self-sustainable and self-reliant if they become social enterprises. And most charities that I know have that ability. It's just kind of looking at who is in your team and what's their expertise. So we have chefs. They're currently looking at ways to have the rangati help them create and produce, like, chutneys, that kind of thing. But the big part for us is that we get all our salvaged materials at no cost. So through Leveler, through Kāinga Ora, through Greenway Demolition, we have access to these demolition sites and we salvage materials. So wood, joinery, bathrooms, kitchens, we get all that for free. But what those companies expect from us is, I guess that's their social responsibility ticket. So knowing that young people are getting educated in that trade, the demolition trade, which is huge, and then repurposing those materials and allowing them to learn the tools to create their own products up until the point where we're building cabins, small sleep outs. That's where I see our self-sustainability lies. So, yes.
You say safety in the so I was looking at the how area is trying to focus on where we are. So is that, would it be the same 50 youth, 3 or is it?
It's the same number, but they're all different groups. So, for example, the Toko Solutions is a group that we work with in Whangaroa, and they bring 22 young people through to us 3 days a week, and we rotate different organizations. So in Kawakawa, we're working really closely with them. So Susie Scott from the Ngāti Hine Kaiaki team, and through the Department of Conservation, we are working with the local schools, the local hapu up there, and the place that we're operating in, Tirahanga. It's a stream area, and there's 4 acres of bare land. So my family purchased a property across the road, and we got a concession to graze that particular piece of land with cows. And so I asked the Department of Conservation, can we lose that concession? We'd rather not graze it. We would rather do riparian planting around there and turn that into a food forest. So we're replicating what we're doing at Manu Gardens into Kawakawa. Long term, I see that growing as more of a community sort of garden hub. So we've applied to the Pacific Development Trust for a poly house, and that will allow us to create our own sort of nursery on a very small scale. But I see that as a real integral part of the work that we're doing all over Taitokoro.
I'm more interested in the number of people, the number of people involved in the cover.
It'll still be the same number. It'll just be different groups. It won't be the young people from Whangaroa.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you very much for coming on and answering our questions introduced to us last night. We'll make our decision made today and be informed in due course.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any announcements? Yeah. Thank you. Moving to education of Whangaroa. Are you sure? Well, welcome. Thank you. Sorry to have you around. But topics we need to speak this tonight. I remember. So, come forward. This spot is that here? Yeah. Right. Just in case anyone doesn't mind, and I'm just to I'm here to speak on behalf of the steering committee, and I'm just going to read this paper. It's a pleasure to be here today to share the progress made with PlaySpace initiative. In 2022, the following extensive community consultation in 2024, we started to see the roots of that effort. One takeaway from consultation is clear. While many were open to change, the community wasn't looking for something fresh and new. What people wanted was restoration, a return to time and the strength of a place where safe space and free pressure of traffic. This is precisely what we were rooted towards, and I think the increased strength of space, raging, perfect harmony with us. It's been very gratifying to contributions to the community, particularly wide children demonstrating this project resonates everyone without age. The voice of our young people from new interests to senior students have been critical projects. We took the time to interview all students that we are, and I'm sure students from year one through the college. Recognizing that they are keepers of space, creating. Their input is invaluable. As the same guys, who see awesome. These young people are seeking their source and contributions to their community. They come. The issue of traffic emerged as the dominant concern during our consultation, and we've responded by allocating the budget to reduce traffic strength. This is how these specific improvements exposed stream and Street. The results are already visible, and it's exciting to see the impact this experience reinforces to the importance of collaboration, excellent example, diverse together, and the change in the community.
While the traffic management committee and ongoing traffic management, our focus remains transportation space. Also, important to acknowledge support for local who are totally behind member changes and these amends and directions to take change shortly. I'm proud of what objectives are, but there's always work to done. The trial has shown that we're on the right track, but we need to continue to refine the design, improve the signage, and ensure that key elements such as planters remain in place. There's a little work we can create space for both function and benefiting from years to come. The steering committee has deep goals and we're committed to changes reflect a widespread understanding and support from I want to thank you for your continued support and for the opportunity to set excited about subjects on behalf of the community. Any questions? Yes, to hear and yes, it was very Jane does through and has that's right. That was very helpful and also to follow up and see how interacting in space and just take out the reciprocal vendors. Well, that's what it's for, and then it's an education like this. Things change, and it's going to take a little while for people are like, oh, well, that was us, and of course, always do that thing. Me, but I'm appreciative to see the the positive. Like you say, street change. But only change just people are there. There's never car parking, the cars park. It's just now a little bit more obvious on signage. And as myself as a user, something comes up saying, oh, X is restricted. I think it's 100 times better because there's traffic. You don't park. Unload your car, do things you want to do without pressure of other cars trying to bump into you and that stuff. I mean, there's always people that like things, people that like change. There's peer pressure. We just need better signage. I think that's a big thing. And make it just obvious that when I go to town and don't know there is no signage. I think you don't think twice, do you? And this is just it's work in progress. It's still trying to people always park top of that. Now it's more obvious you should park and I just want to take away from place check. I mean the traffic was just something that's run out and stuff. Yeah, and a lot of people assumed it's going to be a lot of traffic, although we were initially thinking, just make it nice. Yeah, and we have a nice thing that came out of it. The pictures displayed, amazing, and the painting of the road. I mean, you see people doing it's being used. It's a shared space. I love it. I absolutely love it. I really hope we continue to grow on it community be in charge. I love that part. That they didn't get to write something that somebody else will help out of the region. I mean, you couldn't solve it in all of the we never solve it. So, but I do think, and it's so important that it's amazing how much feedback. I thought it was little, but then when you read the other things, it's Kiri seems to be, we've done a good job. And then we should say that we have done a good job. Yeah. Prioritisation now. Serious questions? Cool. Thank you. Now I'll hand on to Emma. It's throwing you all over us. Move to item 3.1, which is now subject to agenda. The item strand trial. Do you want to speak to us just before we go? Great. I can't even I stomach my lungs, like my head I was shaking so hard, hold my paper. And I was lying there, all the done by hundreds of people. Now this on. 10 people around the table. I've never forgotten that. So I want to acknowledge the very good there. Not only it's planned. Done a little other not everything. I think that time we were site. Two pages later, and someone said to that. I just wanted to acknowledge that, we are pleased to make it. And I think I'm trying to do it. So I want to make very good. Okay, so and I will recommendation on options 1. Street layout 2023 change. One from mid-case need a stage space. Two sub-engine strand into pedestrian priority with access to such vehicles. And three layout history to make control. And B, recommending that features installed temporarily in case during rotation of the current until a permanent solution can be installed consistent with the objectives of Whangaroa Township overlay. Set the plants and boundaries to rust fresh, which are to be removed immediately. And C, incorporate recommendations from Whangaroa strategic plan to be considered inclusion of the plan. Up to my home group. Madam Chair, I'd like to move the amendment. Shall I read it out to Tara? Yes. Thank you. Madam Chair, so I would like to move that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Board recommend the Council, the Road Authority, under the Land Transport Streets Layout 2023 rule change. Change one from Midlock Street to the boat ramp at the northern strand to a shared space. Two, the Sutherland strand to a guest priority central access for vehicles. And three, the layout of Cascade Street travel. And B, recommend features installed temporarily during the trial to retain current form until updated design is created by the road working group, council transport group, consistent with the objectives of the Whangaroa Township overlay and presented to community feedback. And C, the planted barrels adjacent to Russell Rush be moved back 500 metres towards the building to improve access and egress and visibility of our opposite, with clear signage limiting loading area. And D, incorporate the above recommendation into the Bay of Islands Whangaroa towards strategic plan to give this confusion and not to not have that. Thank you. Madam Chair, may I speak with you? This has been a long project, as Manuela has alluded, and so firstly I'd like to the report writer. She's done an amazing job pulling kind of 18 months of community consultation discussions and activities into a cohesive report. And I'm mindful that not many of my board members have had time to really talk all this to memory. So I will briefly share some key highlights for me or key moments. The steering committee, well represented, wanted to ensure that the quiet voices were heard in the community. We know that we have in all of our communities lots of people that speak very loud. Often there are the people who go about their day-to-day roles who don't speak up, and we really focus on making sure that very inclusive, engaged. That did include the school children as well. And so it was really important to get that broader voice. And I think evidence of that by the fact that there were 383 submissions, and the submission to the Whangaroa Expansion Camp was 392. So we got 9 less submissions for our community, for our plan. So I think that's people very engaged. If you have time to read the report, you'll see that the conversations about the strands, which we didn't want to do as a steering committee, but came up as a thing that people wanted to see, has been going on for 50 years. And the community has had 50 years worth of conversations about trying to close the strand, reduce the traffic on the strand. So we knew it was a really difficult conversation for the community to have as a community, that people wanted to agree. So we set out to try and come up with solutions that would be broadly acceptable for most people. And we know that there are a few people that really don't like it, and we know there are other people who really love it. But at the end of the day, it's incredibly democratic process. The first round of voting gave us a sense of where people stand, and at the end of it, we have 2/3 of the community that want to continue with restricted traffic. We know that there are issues with the layout of Cascade Street. Most people actually are happy with the traffic strands, but pinch points being the layout of Cascade Street.
And to all those people, I just say this is a trial. And so we learned so much work, did work, what we should be doing, what we could do. And so our request to come up with a new design is based on having done a trial, learning from it, and then come up with it is better, more work for more people. And that is what our request is for. So I just want to thank the steering committee, because we never made a determination on what we do in the community. And then the working group came in and actually implemented what it was that the committee decided to totally implement. So yeah, really democratic. Hard work, because we have an interesting community, but there isn't every community. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I'll just follow a little thank you, the background to who's looking to this today. And the anything questions, Mr. Joe? And we get the questions. I can't ask any questions to start. We can be
I understand Jane's reasoning. My only concern is our reading team are about to get quiet. So you're looking at to actually is challenging. That's a good argument for flag for you all. Is our ability to actually move on about registration.
Council, it's indicative very much privilege. Someone was invited by another person to get to actually don't. Anyway, I want to say I found site that was incredibly valuable, and I had there to the Jane. I'd been able to director in my mind. So the strength of the site movement is incredible. We stood on the street. We watched people immediately, one after the other. And I admired Jane to go and tell move. So thank you very much for that. We also watched at least two people ride on the way, down one way. And we saw a lot of fusion signatures of there. So the low zones took the red, no parking, that tiny little signs, they're not in the base. Apart from having a bit of those ones, which is really key, I think they're for a tourist sign to think about in the base. I felt that there wasn't as much clear demarcation putting it like. So I like the idea of trying moves. Jane, did you change this from what you pointed out?
That's so. A couple of minutes.
That's the solution we found that good. Yeah.
So I talked to the designer, and we've already discussed the mandatory things that need to go in there. We've discussed the nice to have. We've talked about groups of the people who made the decisions. Because that is valuable, so that we bring music along the whole
purpose conversations to do it. On the working group, the roading working group, we had three businesses, one from South Strand, one from North Strand, one from the centre of Strand. So we had Tanya who is fourth generation Russell person. So all of us are contributing to the conversation. So bringing in some of the people that had difficulties with the change to get the conversation to then find out the solutions to design. So I think the community come up with a plan. We need a bit of transport team to tell us what's legal, what's not legal, what's not allowed. But I'm very confident that we can come up with a solution that is improved what we got. There will be some people that don't like it. There will be people that are delighted. But yeah, it's about trying to find a space that we can do it. And I think we can do it.
Other things, decision moving it will make challenges.
That's the big issue. Losing fasters will lose that instinct.
So I'm happy to talk, and I think it will maybe be done, I think it can be done in conjunction with the roading to make sure that we don't have a situation worse. I'm not too concerned about I think get to it. And I just wish to congratulate you on what is the
Thank you, Grace. I just have a bit of a good change in our moving plans to so many rules about
We measured
our experience in our past really push north, south, east, sometimes in the wrong direction. So we did all the detail. Tammy, you want to comment?
I'm happy to restoration. Downtown. I'm happy with doing I was just thinking about we want to really is why
just move them backwards.
Transport team on this issue may arrive as best we go. You don't know something going to pop out solution. Richard. And considerations to what we want to achieve around arrangements. So we can live with the information current. The recommendation is on the ground without redesign. So we need to get some flexibility there if we want to just know those minor elements and make it workable. So if you're wondering why we just made it being back to
it's clear in the solution that's in the current until the updated design is produced. So it's not made permanent. It's made trial refreshed with more community, but the feedback we got and the trial itself has just worked. That's the community is very vocal about it. So I think we're clear right now about that. And as I say, we bring some of those people into the group, make sure that they're included in the solution, that will only help. But move back. I see Emma.
I think we found that if we push back the plan, and then we will just where would that leave us?
Well, if we had signs saying
space.
So yesterday there was a fishing ban there. Not tell they can't. So if we put signage up, I think that would help.
On the use access really primary access to one any alternative make sure that is accessible.
And that's what that's community members.
If you feel confident that's not going to be the main back here.
Sorry, just following on that, reference to the micro space. Under our community delegations, so I guess I do need to changing
One of the ideas actually looked at the part the other side of the road. So we've already talked about the 1999 sign.
I don't know that we need to down too much.
This is temporary until we get the sign to address those issues.
If you're comfortable, if you're very comfortable,
I think sort of leading on from what they're saying, maybe it's about finding an objective as well. So basically, like creating space for legally access or something like that.
The resolution. To prove that egress.
Yes, I mean, if you keep that scope.
But I also know you can live in and I have association and when you get it straight, you can find it tell all of that at the end of before you hear what otherwise you are tend to live the right way. Probably need to go that's
just with Roger, you're on. Roger, anything you'll say to us?
No, can you hear all right? Just making sure you can hear me. Yeah, sorry, I'm back at the office. I had to go brush back. No, I just want to thank Jane for leading out this piece of work, and thank the staff as well who've been on this journey to get to this point. It is quite a big decision that's going on, and I was there on the day, I think, Jane, when we started out the trial, and the fact that there was a member of the public, I can't remember her name, talking about this has been in the train for decades. So it is kind of a big deal just to not understate it. So yeah, I just thanks to the staff, and yeah, thank you to Jane, and thank you to the community as well, who've participated in this process. And a community board. Yeah.
It will be those
That's without
Okay, those against.
It's scary. Two, public grant resolutions 2020-2021 can be used for implementation of accomplishments to Three, approve remaining funding to pay for the implementation of Do I have to remove? Second. No, not really. It's a really good report on the journey. For those of you who work at the T and sit down and read what a place-based journey is like. 70 pages or something like that. But it does actually tell you really good steps away. The engagements, other people who come across no, we still got the Oh, that's right. Cover, try to read it, come a long way. The challenge was not having a group, so both my idea is such an asset for that community. When you try and deal with a community without a group like that, it becomes kind of
It comes from between the knowledge thing and number
Somebody said serious points going. I said, well, no, I think they're going to just finish now the project is done. And then you get the road group focus on the final stage. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for your support. Thank you, staff. Which is short timeline that comes times on project. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you for your group, Katie. Exit number. We will see you. Hey. Moving on to convocation of the previous minutes. We probably don't go really now. Do you want to grab anything? We are going to go to the end of the extracts. Here. Sing out. Do you want downtown? Right. Okay, thank you. Where do we get Sherry? Page 12 of your agenda.
Received the application in March, and just taking doing this climate. So we advise funds and three all and one in the same side.
No, that's right. I don't even believe it was all covered. I've got a PR around this. And all the white people next one, Trinity. Way. Lane, Big Tyler. No. Lane.
So I wrote the notes she wanted the street and she just me on I have should what was this process or triaging street light? So I just want to this particular one that I another opportunity to go into this particular solution.
We can only afford one whole area.
Hey, sorry, I just wanted to
point out, so Aaron Ryan within the FNDC, he obviously works with street lighting and everything that is regard to those aspects. So potentially a conversation with Aaron would be beneficial to kind of outline what like criteria would come about. Well, I'm not sure what the community board's involvement in putting street lights up is, but yeah, just a thought. Just wanted to put that out there.
It's really and there's a distinction between community boards and one comes to the team and one is the one not. They're all so I think they're really good to go. So I did my it's on my white background with literature and to confide by I know they vote just too much. Then the blue background, white. Traditionally, I'll be able to white background, private side, both roads.
Yeah, so blue writing, white background is private right of way, and then white writing, blue background is FNDC maintained road.
Signs on to the developers, blue background and white lettering.
So that can occur. It just means that the road itself is a public road. So it can be a subdivision or a development, but the road is still classed as a public road rather than a private road through right of way.
Colour. Okay. Big Against. Now we bring page 6. In the road name, private road, place. There's currently is a community space wire. Jane? Bruce, thank you. Areas around pretty explanatory.
Madam Chair, it's just a question of how we know that the writing had the conversations. I remember this coming through and looking and going, oh, that's the name of the river, and going, that's why they want to call it. And it turns out that.
Well, it turns out the original name, it says here from Trinity, the original naming on 39, it was undertaken with limited consultation. So hence this has come back. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, you are correct. So there was consultation with the specific hapu, but there was consultation with only a few members of that hapu rather than the entire hapu itself. So the two members of the hapu who did approve Patere Place, they obviously went through that process with Matori X, and then the hapu learnt about it as a whole, and then they decided, well, we don't feel as if it is culturally relevant, like as culturally appropriate. So hence why they wanted to rename the road to Roto Place.
No, it's just in good faith. Proved it. It's just, it's in good faith what we get.
Yeah, through no problem. I mean, when hapu consultation is done, it's all on happens is that it might just be made limited in one meeting, but one or two people didn't go out and engage effectively. So I have confidence that Trinity has ensured that engagement is done here.
There is the endorsement letter attached to the application if you need any further clarification on the hapu's involvement.
Page 43, I think it's 4. Alongside coordinate a right-way Whangaroa Downs Lane that is located at 4801 Star 1 Whangaroa. Anybody? Seconder? Jane? Is Mabel going to speak to this?
Yeah. Basically, I basically get a call from yeah. Use ozone comes to nothing. He said, for obvious reasons, legal reasons, they needed to make sure that the road is not legally in I think we need they need to, I suppose, the criteria extends the conversation with the Malay, and certainly there's huge, I suppose, support from that. And community-wise, there'll be no big conversation from out there in Wyoming, they have to proceed. Ultimately, we will establishing, I suppose, we're only research country for competitions in so supporting them and this main products goes a long way to supporting just top kind level, not looking at just one person, but it's looking at multiple people facilities behind. So it's reason support solution.
Yes, I'm Dr. Tutui, robust person who is well respected in his field. So I have no reason to doubt the career held in high esteem.
Seconded Jane, I've got it. Against? Carried. 745, actually 7. That asked for a community board, tonight, its future could be looking to board and images. File. Take my report as moved. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, patience. Move on to Jane. Sorry. I think it might be shelved in my next report. I certainly need to keep in a report.
Yeah, I had to get ready with the nails and we're trying to get them in there or something.
Yeah. It's just they need to, they talk about the tickets and they make it the other month the other day, but I didn't turn up. You say, and then the other about, I suppose, public service. So I want to make sure there's no chance of nailed. And I don't got the rest, but I got a bad down from my accident, and I don't want to be down. You say it just made sense. Want some more speakers because we need it. I'm a little water to just walk around there, catch wood, nothing to catch.
The going room to threats.
Being raised, we turn to
It's not one of the finished. It's not finished.
It's usually beyond and above and beyond the community role. That's really important, isn't it? Sometimes like ensure that our delegations in this case there is everyone on the table to go hearing very fitting.
I think the council's idea is very good stuff.
Madam Chair, have you received an arborist report for the redwood trees? It's the seasonal thing.
We have received I was unaware that I received some people and we received some and then we'll have our site updated. By and 11 James. So I actually think that so I'm just intending to I'm just intending to look at that and I can see why you're about that. So it's not so nice as the site.
Okay, the site visit this week, and it's actually to avoid money very good. And I said the community very good. Any money was great for it. And they exactly the ability to come. So they have the trade speaking preferences, it won't be they've got a good concrete slab spare, but they'll leave the slab.
So you want to put it
probably.
Anyway, I just wanted to know that the process it seems to be my experience of years and this is when we're doing reach outs and just outs and community.
Well, I think that's an email to the community with those resource centres. But nobody read it. Because they moved one that was going to be outside the church car, half they moved it. But I mean, maybe I should open up. I don't know.
But I didn't know what it looked like, quite frankly. When I went down this morning, I went, oh. You know, it was a bit of a surprise. But when you say five toilets, it didn't necessarily say exactly they're the five toilets. It would have been a few feet on the other side, it wouldn't have been an issue. So that was a in the place mate as well, I think. We are three remote. We do capture the virus so that's around it. It's not so much it's consistent. Because of new users, we should be seeing similar ones. So that's how Jane. And I think we need to start educating for new users. And it doesn't use the capability to deliver infrastructure and one such as somebody did something. Should cost bringing infrastructure on. They use around the corner down street from mid-March.
I was unfortunate to use
Can we use them last year?
Even the ones that work.
Yeah, so in the placemaking project, people are the new toilets. That was a fairly regular request, but because that counts infrastructure, we could include it in the placemaking project. It wouldn't be right for us to use community board funding to build infrastructure that counts infrastructure.
This is a good conversation for the future.
And it's one of the biggest tourist destinations in the past.
The work do have to be done to get fantastic, but at the same time, even if we were to do a deep contractors to a deep clean it, it's past that it's already soaked in to concrete trails, big track. So to get rid of that smell, it's going to be just a give it
infrastructure and toilets. They reach clean. By the tiles around the almost and then you want
where's the asset management? Surely at some point there will be an asset management plan that says these guys need replacing.
Sorry.
We're going to start. The whole it's associated infrastructure goes so the facilities is an embarrassment to us. Constant consistency place to the station first.
Used in the middle of winter, you won't think.
Yeah. Okay, so anything else, Jane? Can you Jane?
I'd like to make there's been some done. I think you change some and I get your title.
You should slap yourself.
Thanks for talking about social media. Right, so Amy, Stephen Tyler, being parent. Now I'm going to we in the election and go to our workshop.
Project shelters and how this comments about those?
Shelters, good. They're very excited by it. You've got
Now we move to our funding implications, and I will move to go to exclusions, so we can really make this discussion about line applications.
I can hear him typing. He's typing.
Okay, so we are finished with the public applications, I should and the whole line recommendations. I will do individually. The favour of the sum of $6,500 to be paid for school community fund account, Kitty Company, cost towards reduction of eligibility rate. That's carried. Second one was approved sum of $1,558 for the community grant account to Whangaroa Health Services Trust for cost towards community garden nutritionist. The next one was to approve the sum of $10,000 from the community grant fund to Hospice Midwall, cost towards training for the back of the ball in 2025. That was lost. The next one is approved sum of $7,000 from the Boys Community Fund account to the centre, cost toward running through of Islands 2025. That was carried. We then had the R. Tucker Thompson, the amount of $4,000 from the Community Fund towards to Tucker Thompson, Youth Sailing Trust for cost towards to Rangatahi to attend. That was carried. We had some of $70,000 community fund account to the Nature Trust for cost towards individual environmental restoration education. That was lost, and the amendment of $10,000 was carried. We had three applications that we can apply on the table to give information. First one is an application by $5,000 to the Charity Trust towards funding for the 2025 festival. The second one was the $41,000 Charity Trust. That was cost to the district sales and require additional information. And the final one that we provide is $7,500 and those three we will provide. Today those recommendations. Right. It brings us to the end of the funding applications to the 881. To the community, Kitty domain, That's coming.
Through the chair, I do follow up problems as the point is a report to the senior lead team has been completed and inspected to be transferred. So that takes so soon to the team, not the community.
The other time I agree with this identification that we apply. Let's go on the route I'm discussing in some of the subdivision area. That was called KK. And was we had issues around this. Here to discuss and answers and reports in the process here, but we really this was so you know what happens. Okay, so the issues today, I'm not sure this is anything actually add to our resolution sheet, but we have request to add our strategic plan, the and then stage of the emergency, the really some information on detachment community institute to add our strategic plan and to ensure that we raise that at the council table when it comes to discussion stage 2 to which is the approved location. The same with our next location. Alongside police, just so we capture that change behind items of security. And the other thing I'd like to raise is we had a really great workshop today, looking at great fundamentals, the proposed plan changes, especially to the proposed plan change. And it's really important that we had a really good frank discussion, and we had agreed to meet with support in relation to the submitted resolutions after 20 years was on to revisit so those are the here. Just capture those to our resolution, which is just capture those as none of
Madam Chair, it's just one. The vacation process to us. That took some time.
Yeah. And one word and allow us to interact and ask what we should have. So we know got the discussion. I will Thank you very much. For those who want to live streaming today, that's going out.